Morning, good morning, happy Monday morning. No, I should be playing Leica right now. Also, it is insanely dark here. What is going on? I need more lights. Be right back. I'm gonna turn up the lights a bit. We have lights now. Do I have a face? I should have a face. There we go. There's my face. There's some lights. I'm not... Yeah, I should be playing Leica today, but I don't feel like it. And I am very much feeling like rebuilding. I'm getting the urge to rebuild the whole... all of the main base again in Satisfactory. But for that, I need some building pieces. So... I'm mostly going to be hanging out doing blueprint work today. Because I might as well. And then we might start the base demolition afterwards. Well, maybe not the whole base demolition, but some of it. Like, I'm probably not going to be touching the... Get in the game, shall we? There we go. So, I'm probably not going to demolish the whole Christmas factory setup here, because that was a pain, and I don't want to have to redo this. But the whole biofuel making factory here, and basically everything, that's one of the blueprints I've been working on. Everything, like that blue building and beyond, basically, apart from the train stations, I might legitimately just get rid of, just delete all of that and rebuild it. Because I'm having a few ideas, including this one, which is a concept for a new concrete factory. The concrete factory, which is that way over there. That one isn't too much in the way, but it's kind of the one I'm using to test things. I want something where the machines are already set up. And I can kind of either chain buildings to one another or, you know, have a couple of ideas here. The other idea I'm having would be to have kind of, and I think I'm actually going to do it, is that conveyor wall is going to move over to there. Like that. That belt is going to go away. So is that one. That's going to turn into a normal window. These mergers are actually going to turn around. So that way, like, I got my input coming in here, my output going out. So I can have like a big conveyor belt highway in the middle of those buildings that I'm currently just going to pop. And then it's really just going to be a matter of balancing the different buildings now that I know what each of them, like how much goes in and how much goes out. Once I've done... Because I want to be basically doing the math to kind of pre-balance those little buildings I'm putting together now. Out like that. I had signs on the other side of the building that I'm gonna move or reproduce. Oh, I should have copied the settings first. Didn't think about it. Concrete here. Bam. Its output 40, I think. Ah, it's upside down. So's that one. Why are they upside down? Is that the right way up now? Yes. Okay. 30. Have that here for concrete, so I'll put 30. That. Copy settings. Bam. There we go. And finally, the other thing I want is to have power switch. It's like that. Bam. So now I have a power switch in front of this building. And I just link my main power line to the switch, turn it on, and we're good. I like that. And the reason why I called it Mark IV, simply put, is because it's running on Mark IV belts. So I'm gonna be redoing. I got a few Mark IIs here that I've just tested on, and I kind of like the design of those for like earlier in game, like phase 2 kind of stuff. But from my current point of the game, and yes, I've completely cleaned out. I've taken backups of my current blueprints, of the old blueprints I had, like including the train tracks and things. But wanted to keep an eye on that. Just lower the volume a little bit. So these, now the only thing I'm going to have to do is kind of switch the it's going to be to just switch the machine settings, because in here I've got like everything wired up to power. I've got a light in the building, got a ceiling that's actually just foundations, so I can stick a ladder on that. Well, the chances of, well, yeah, the possibility of me just having to use ladders to climb up this is not going to happen very often, but it can. So stick a ladder on that. So now I could just get up top if I need to. Stack these up one on top of the other if I want to. I could just line them up too in a way that I could just Merge a whole lot of these. I got power managed. I got... Yeah. I'm liking this a lot. The current sidewalls are made out of concrete. And I turned this wall into concrete, actually. Yeah. And I'll keep the red stripe here in the entrance, just to mark it a bit easier. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I'm liking this. Okay. There we go. So, now that I've got this, I can start working on all types of constructors. So, let's get back to like the really simple recipes. Those are very easy to make. Iron plates. I feel like these are going to give me a lot more flexibility than before. Because now it's a matter of balancing different buildings rather than balancing the like the whole input and output kind of thing. Okay. Well, these I'm supposed to have 120. I mean, I can... Yeah, this is literally just... So... Bam. Input 120. Output 40 on each side. And the input should be iron ore and not plates. There we go. Copy that. Paste that here, and that should be iron ore. Bam. Forgot that last little conveyor here. Very good money. Hell yeah. Ulti, thank you very, very much. 21 months. God damn, dude. Been spoiling me quite a while now. It's gonna be iron plate. I'll do, that's 120 and 120 out. Bam. God damn. You're making my... Yep. That's sure thing, dude. I also had completely forgotten that that was the sound that I made for the gifted sub alert, and I'm now deeply happy I did that. That was schmexy. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's getting clipped. That's getting clipped. Let's not kid ourselves here. 10 out of 10 subs. Yeah. Thank you so much, man. You've been there for well over a decade at this point, and never really faltered as a friend though. Like
All
there's
words in
yep.
your head have been sucked out by the magnetism of my genius.
The magnetism of your genius, I mean, I don't know about that. The magnetism of your wallet is definitely getting affected right now, though. Thank you so much. Okay, so that's going to be iron ingots. That's going to be for 60 per building. Why do I have... It's ingots, it's not ore. Why did I put ore? Late 2014? Yeah, that sounds about right. That should be 60. Yeah, 15 per times 4 machines. Okay. And output of that is also... That's output 30. Ah, but that's the thing though. For rods, do I actually want them coming back out the same way? For iron rods, because I can use rods to make not cables, screws directly, I probably want to be able to chain these buildings one after another. So I'm probably going to want something like that over here with the signage at the back instead. I'll have to turn those mergers around. Oh yeah, the spam bots are getting... They're getting crafty, that's for sure. Yeah, I think what's going to happen is the iron rods here, I'm going to output behind the building so that I can then have the screws makers building kind of chained up to it right behind. Okay, so that means this here has to turn around. This, nope, not the floor. Go, and then I get merger going that way. There, that's going there, that's there. Going there. Okay. Everything else should be just fine. The signage is gonna have to move. So that's not gonna be plates though. It's gonna be rods. It's just baseline here. Baseline here. Go. With NAN percent. With NAN, not a number percent. Yes, fantastic. Thank you, Hype Train. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Okay. It's gonna be output 30. I'm going to copy that over to here. And that sign are going to go away. Become a window instead. There we go. So that's for my iron rods. Sweet. So that's got to be 60 in, 60 out. I think it's 60 in, 60 out. That, yeah, 60 in, 60 out. Good. Well, now if I go back to here, I'm gonna go to here, light changes. Okay. Well, now that I've got this, wonder if I could integrate like the screws in the same blueprint. Maybe if I go to the bigger blueprint machine. If I go to the bigger blueprint machine, maybe I could. Let's try that just for the hell of it. So if I do this friggin' thing, get it basically close to the edge as I can. It's not letting me because... Why? Might be the ladder. Oh, it's the power switch. Okay, but what if I do it here? Like, does it still give me enough room to do what I want? Because if I want screws in this building, I could just get rid of this and the signage and then go it doesn't fit. I think I need 3 of those. Wait, cast screws directly from iron ingots. Well, that solves a lot of problems. At 12.5 per. So that means I need, let's say downtune it to 12. So 45? So if I do 48 input per minute, that's 12. 6 machines is 60. Which is exactly the input. Which is exactly the output from that building over there I just designed. So... What? No, because I'm using ingots. I'm not using... Okay. That alternate recipe could be kind of a big deal. Because I need a lot of those. If I do that. Yeah, 12.5. Basically, I want the input for this to either be a multiple of 60. As much as I can. Although... $270, $480... Yeah, 480 is also a multiple of 60. 780 is a lot more. Yeah, I'd rather keep it... Because even at 270, worst case, I underclock it to 240. And then we're good. And 6, 12... 6 times 12 is 72. 6 times 13 is 780. That's also a multiple of 60. So I could run... If I can balance all of these buildings to run a multiple of 60s, then I'm good. That also means that the modification of it before to have that building kind of output out the back instead of the front was useless. So while the ads are running, just going to be switching that back around. The ads are going to be running in just a few seconds. There. There. Like that. Oh. Then we're just gonna go over here. Copy settings. Copy the sign itself. Plonk that over here. That's upside down. Go. Paste that. Then paste that. Then I can remove the signage from the back. It's not used anymore. Turn these into a window. I'm loving the design of these little buildings the more I work on them. Because it's nice and compact and it's balanced and I can power switch them and they still look pretty cool. With the windows up front and the signage and just all of that. I love it. Okay. Save that again. So that means now that between these buildings, like if I face them to one another, then I'm going to be able to kind of create kind of a conveyor highway in between and have that run the way I want it to. Okay. Wait. Yeah, these are, that should be iron rods. Okay. So. Go, and now if I want to make screws, be the same kind of business, but we're gonna switch that to cast screws. Make my rate at 48 per minute. Copy that. Then paste it on every other machine. But at 12 per minute, that means I can make this building bigger. That, and that's going to be going that way. something like that. Then I need my ceiling. Some's fucky with my power lines. I'm gonna have to review. I'm looking at this. Like, this machine isn't powered. This one is. But... okay, I fucked up my power lines. Okay, those wall outlets I'm gonna redo. Okay. I want these kind of directly above the machines. Wait. Wall outlet, and then I'm gonna... one here. There we go. Now it's just a matter of wiring the whole thing. That can plug onto here. And here. And there. Those I could just chain. And each of those plugs onto one machine. Okay, so I'm gonna have to review my other blueprints to make sure I didn't fuck up my power lines. And wall. And back here is gonna be windows. Something like that. There we go. So that's my screws. And that's built for 12 a minute. Twelve times 6 is 72. It's not 60. So maybe I have to overclock these things to 15 per. No, I have to downclock them to 10 and not 12 in terms of input. There we go. So now that should be 60. That sign's still good. That is now outputting 120 per side. Paste that over there. slightly bigger building. Still stackable. Still pretty easy to work with. And I can cut down power whenever I need. Fan-friggin-tastic. Go. Alright, let's go back to my plate machine. And let's review my power lines. Okay, no, these are powered. These are fine. Probably messed it up when I switched the... when I tried to extend the machines, or when I switched them around. I might have deleted a power line on the rods one. No, that one's fine too. Cool. And what about the concrete one? Also, why do I have 2 screws machine right now? Not sure. That's plugged in, that's plugged in, that's plugged... everything's plugged in. Good. Okay. Oh, I didn't mess up after all. Okay, so I've got screw... okay, let's do... copper stuff. Wires. So, I'm gonna base myself off of the... well, the current concrete design is actually not a bad one. Let's look at copper wire. What do we have? 15 to 30. Well, that makes it 60 input, 120 output. Exactly what I was hoping for. And literally the only thing I have to change is the signage. That's it. Up with 60. Copy that. Paste it here. Done. Wire MK4, that's 60 in, 120 out. There we go. Okay. Cables are made out of wire though, so that's suddenly a bit different. Do the quick wire. Well, okay, so that one I'm gonna do the same one as the screws. I'm gonna base myself off of the screws design. Why do I keep having two of those? Really? Okay, so I fucked up my screws building, it seems. I was hoping to use it as a basis for something else. I don't know why it's showing up twice in my... That's really annoying. Okay. Let's clear out the designer for now. Here's what I'm gonna do. That autosave here, I should probably I'm gonna reload from that last manual save we did. And I'm gonna drop a backup save for that. As to like the point where I decided to just destroy all of my blueprint structure. Yeah, because I still have all of these. The blueprints themselves are just not relevant right now, but I could reclassify if I need to. I've got backups and things, so. Blueprint rebuild. So that one's a special save. Now I'll reload back to the autosave. No, not. I did not intend to do that. I intended to load. Ah, that's the screws building, actually. Yes, it is. Okay, well, that's convenient. I could just save that again and make it work that way. There you go. So that's my copper wire one. I was more looking at copper sheets. Okay. So for copper sheets, I probably want to base myself off of the screws building because I need bigger input. I need more machines. So I'll load the screws building again. Now for that one, copper sheet. At 100%. Copy that. Okay. So, bam. Just gonna paste that on every machine I have here. 128 in, 60 out. Yeah. Go 60. Paste that here. There you go. Upper sheet. Meaning it's in. Out. There we go. All right. That's coming along quite well. And now I've just got the same glitch where my copper sheet stuff got doubled up. Okay. Doesn't matter. I'll fix it later, because... Okay. So what's the other stuff I want to make here? Tables. That needs wire as input. But I can figure that. I could do that still. 60 per minute. So I'm going to go back to a smaller building on that. Because I'm going to do a 240 input. I think. So I'm going to reload from, let's say, iron plates. Paste that, paste that, paste that. Poof. Yeah, so that is... Put 240 for 60 per side. Out. Okay. So if I decide to build like a bus, like I often do in Factorio, I can now basically have a giant bus running in the middle of rows of these buildings and feeding back into the bus, and then just go further ahead and use Yeah. Yep, I like this a lot. So what am I going to be making next here? Quick wire, sure. Might as well do that. That's going to be a bigger building. So let's take our screws blueprint and work from that. Yeah, because that should still be at 80. Now it's quick wire. Copy that. Ooh, hold on. Was it 9.6? 50? There we go. Go and paste that to every other machine. Go, Caterium ingots. I do need 60 per minute here. Quick wire, I'm bringing out 60, so 180 per side. In 360 wire out. It goes here. Color's fine. Yep, that makes sense. That works. Push to continue and not save. I've already got one. Okay. Next up. Quartz crystal. Ah, that's another one of those that I need to rebalance, I think. I stick that one to 100%. What's my input? 37.5. That's terrible. I probably want that down to like 30. So 25. Okay. To 80%. 80%. I mean 30 per minute. That also means I only need 4 machines and not 6. Let's go back to our smaller building design. Go that here, here, here. Rock quartz 120 per minute, and then quartz crystal is 18 times 4, whatever that is. $36. Go. 120 in, 72 out. What crystal Mark 4? There we go. How about silica? $22.5 per minute. That is horrible. So 90% maybe? That's 20 per minute. If I do that at 20 per minute, for 120 input, I need the bigger building. Back to screws. There. Silica. That's 120 quartz. Go, and then for silica, my output is 99.9. Let's say 100 for the sake of keeping the numbers simple here. Go, and then this. Bam. That was it, really. Yeah, 20 per minute, so 120 input, 200 output. Great. And with these power switches every time, I can work really well with this. Iron rebar, sure. That's 15 per minute. It's going to be one of the smaller buildings. There we go, because all it needs is 60. it outputs 60. Also kind of having a thought here. Maybe having like a bigger billboard kind of business just to show which my billboard sets. Yeah, my hub isn't even in here. It's at the other base now. What else can I make with a constructor that I might want to automate here? I think we're good on the constructor side of things. Casings. Okay, no, the steel stuff is gonna start also having an influence here. Let's go here. I want to edit that. Let's just order these in a way that makes a bit more sense. I'll do concretes and then quartz, silica, quick wire, copper sheet. I'm gonna fix later. Well, there isn't two of them. Drop a save here so I don't lose my progress. And I'm gonna reload the same save, just see if it fixes the issue of my copper sheet blueprint showing up twice. Oh, fuck. And now none of my copper sheet. Okay. So I'll do it from this one again. Just kind of rebuild it. $120 ingots for 30 per side. Okay. Go. Now it's going to be a matter of steel. Really, looking at the kind of steel output I can get out of the steel beams. 60, 60, 15. Okay, so this little building is perfect for that. Get a 240 input, 60 output. Yes, it is 50, so yeah, 30. Copy that. That there. In, out, here, bam. Go and build pipe. Hold on. Iron pipes. 100 ingots per minute for 25. Versus this, 30 for 20. I feel like this is easier to balance. I'm better off using the basic recipe here. My input is now 120 instead of 240. Output is 40. Pipes per side here. That. In, out. Bam. This. Leave that. And finally, I mean the reanimated SAM I could do, but I don't think I'm gonna redo my reanimated SAM structures at all. I don't think it's worth it. I don't make enough. For the casings though, 90 per minute. Times force 360. I could still run with that. With the 360 input for 240 output. 20. Yep. $360. 90 times 4. Yeah, that's 90 times 4. Good. The other thing I might want to do is this little section here for the DNA capsules and stuff. Now, even this little setup here of like a sink, couple containers, the sink with a couple containers, like all of the stuff for the DNAs, like that could be a nice little, like a fun little mini factory I could make. Probably wouldn't be in one of those buildings, because I'm having a thought here. Actually, no, these buildings are kind of made to be... Could I have made it higher? Given it like one more floor, one more, like a bit more height, like that. But even then, that doesn't even fit in. I'm actually okay with buildings being variable heights at this point. I can run with that. Okay. So let's clear out our blueprint designer here. That one's not gonna have a roof. Really just gonna be using an input storage container, an industrial one as input. So what I want to have is basically have a machine where I could just throw all of the remains of stuff that I hunt in here, and then have that get split off into the different machines. So that is probably for a bigger blueprint, actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, should probably be in here. Okay. I do something like that. Have the container like this. Okay. All of these could actually move back a decent amount. The only thing I really need is enough space for Smart Splitter. That, and now if I go Smart Splitter and put this way, just kind of chain him up like that. And I go, that goes in here. All of it like that, okay? Now the matter is quite simply just to set these up properly. So center output any is what I want. Right output, then I'm gonna have remains. So let's say we have Hatcher remains on the first one. That one is now made to do Hatcher protein. This one is gonna be... I should do stingers first, actually. I just thought of that. Instead of hatchers. Because I don't tend to hunt down stingers a whole lot, so... Because I basically want the rarest first and the most common last, so it goes through. Yeah. So it doesn't clog anything. That should be stinger protein. And this one here, that one's gonna be Hatcher. That one is gonna be either hogs or spitter. Doesn't really matter. They're kind of equal at this point. 2 hogs. So that's gonna be hog protein, also known as bacon. Spitter remains. There we go. Spitter protein. Go. I can't select more than one, can I? No, it's just going to be any. Now all of those are going to get fed into here. I'll just throw a power line. That. Power line. That. Because I'm going to want to pop in one of these basically in every base from now on. That'll do. So that's my protein. Right there. All going into a smaller one of those. So now this machine, I could turn it into DNA capsules easily. What does it take for like medicinal stuff? I think it's an assembler, isn't it? I don't think I can even make... Oh. DNA capsules, which goes straight into a sink. Where this should be, where the entry power line should be. Oh. Here we go. That's my new DNA sink. Love it. Put that into undefined for now. The other thing I want to do, actually, have a conveyor merger go in there. And another one of these containers. Right there. Basically just going to be my box of obsolescence that also gets fed into the sink. There we go. Nicely packed up in a a 5x5 blueprint with only kind of 1.5 squares wasted. 2. Well, I couldn't have done it in a 4x4. It's a lot cleaner this way anyway. So, boom, boom, boom. There we go. I'm quite happy about that. This is good work. Probably. The boombox is over here. I was wondering why it was out of music. There we go. So this little setup here. Oh, I could have had the shop too. Yes, let's add the awesome shop to that. And I'm gonna pop one of these on in every base I have from now on. Which could be right here, actually. Just like that. Fly over to here. That. Air pole can also go away. Not looking too bad. I'm also probably gonna want to automate like a rebar making facility. Bam. That's all plugged in. That's my sink ready. That's my box of obsolescence right there. And if I do want to keep the remains to make like inhalers and medicines and things, I just get rid of that little conveyor belt and I'm good. So now if I want to make some room, let's say drop a few of these in there. There we go. And if I want to get rid of some remains, then yeah, the hatcher remains are right there. They should go. There we go. The hatcher machine just pops them out. Ooh. Ah. There is an issue with my design. I forgot to plug in this thing. Okay. So let's go fix that. Just need a little bit more work on the power lines, but honestly, we're not far off, so figured it would go. I figured it would go wrong somewhere. Kind of had to. Just not everything, just the power line. There we go. There we go. Oof. Hatcher remain went all the way there. Why did it go there? because it wasn't powered? The other option that I could see for this go. All right. That's a lot of coupons. I can buy a lot with that. Finish buying up the clean pipelines. Billboard set. Light control panel. Sure. Yeah, might as well just buy out the whole shop. 47. $56. Bam. I've got a whole lot more going in, so it's good. Okay. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a merger go in there. Do I actually? No, I don't need a merger. Well, I would need to do, really, have one of those. Gonna have to go through. Be that right back in there. So if it goes through, I just cycle it again until it goes where I want it to go. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Okay, let's get to work on our other blueprints now, which are going to be assembler buildings. Actually, I should do smelters. I should absolutely do smelters. So, constructors goes away. These belts. that seems to be all fine and dandy. There we go. Well, that's my little smelter building now. They'll have the lighting and the signages and things. That's gonna be, let's say, iron ingots. And we need what? 120 in and out. Go. $60. Bam. Ingots, Mark 4. I do this color, little color different here for smelters. I'll do it in the fixed secondary color. That's gonna be for my. That's gonna be for my smelters. That's gonna be kind of the color scheme I'll be using. Just so I know quickly, like just from the color, I know it's smelters. $20 in and 120 out. Go. Let's switch that over to copper ingots. Nope. Didn't copy. There we go. In that DNA bank, I'm gonna move to the mini factory subcategory actually, instead of undefined. Go. But keep going. That could also be Caterium. Ooh. 45 per minute, so that's 90, that's 180. Still good. $180 for 60. Go up to 30. go. That's my smelter sorted out. So now what I think I'm going to be doing is I'm going to have like an ingots kind of bus. Which could be dozens of conveyors high if I need it to be. Okay, so now I can clear that. Let's base myself on the bigger building here, because I think I could just fit 4 assemblers in this size of a building. So, get rid of the constructors first. Okay. Well, hello there, Jimothy. Just doing some pretty big raiding going on here. Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate that. Hello, Brain Cell. Good morning to you. How much? Okay. If I do this, I got no room for the merger over there for the output. So I'd have to output out the side of the building and balance it out there if I want to have 4 of these. Even, 4 of these in here is not going to work. So I might have to do 2. So if I do 2, have to leave a bit more room than that, but if I'm looking at these, let's say, okay, reinforced plates would be the first one I'd want to do. Screws, iron plates, for reinforced plates, 5 per minute. Why did my power grid shut down? I think it might be this one. I think it's the one for the bouncy truck. Did the bouncy truck fall off? Oh no! I don't know where my bouncy truck is anymore. I think it fell off a cliff. That's gonna be I'm gonna sort that out later though, because I don't want to deal with this right now. So I'm thinking it's this little power grid here, those biomass burners that have been tripped. Yeah, because I ran out of fuel for them. Might have to go for some wanton deforestation sooner than later. But if I look at this power grid here, yeah, we're still fine on this side. So I'm not too concerned. I'm just going to have to find my truck again. That's a thing. Okay. So these assemblers, no. it say that it's touching another? Oh, it's actually touching the spotlight at the top. I'm okay with that. Okay. So if I throw 2 of these side by side kind of here. And then have this be the input. And this be the output. This is why I have the signage anyway. So now that sign is just going to go away. If I do that. I'd have to do it like this with 2 signs, because that way I can input here and input there. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. Anyways, hello brain cell. How have you been today? It's been a little minute. I hope you're doing good. So these outlets I'm not gonna need. Yeah, I'm not gonna need those. I can use these. So that one plugs onto there. That one plugs onto there. And now it's really just a matter of getting these conveyors to go where I want them to. So like that, and then that's a merger. That's not the splitter that I want. There you go. Something like that. So that's my first input. And the second one would be here. That goes in here. Bam. And then I'm going to have some actual mergers going this way. Nah. I'd prefer if it was just one of these. I'll just move the sign afterwards. Like that. So this now, I have my first little double assembler building. And I shouldn't even have to get in there, so I could just wall that off completely. But I'm not gonna do that because I want to be able to get in and out of it pretty easily. I'm probably just gonna put a door, really. That could be a window here. Then I'm gonna have one of these right there. Ooh. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Copper finish. Okay, the grit metal just doesn't change, no matter what kind of finish I put on it. But it does look better. I kind of like it. Yeah. That is proper industrialization now. Okay. Let's just move the signage here. Except it's all upside down. Again. Why does it keep doing that? Now it's not upside down. There you go. Okay, so for this particular machine, if I decide to go for reinforced iron plates, I need 60 iron plates and 120 screws. So let's say I do the plates up here. 60. And then put 120. There you go. They're all linked already. That's going to be output 10, I think. Yes. There we go. So, 120 screws in, 60 iron plates in, 10. Force plates out. Edit that. Subcategory assemblers. Bam. The other thing I've been checking and kind of researched already was those large billboards. That would prevent me from stacking them up, but for a smaller billboard, let's say this. Something like that. Plate that. But here, I'll just copy that. The blueprint description. Throw that in there. There we go. Yep. There we go. That works perfectly for me. Now, have a look at the next recipe. Modular frames. Reinforced plates and iron rods. 6 reinforced plates, 24 iron rods. Four. Yeah. Output 4. Yep. There we go. That's my reinforced plates. Next. Encased beams. And 36. Yeah, those are gonna be very hard to balance, but that's kind of the thing I haven't done in the other two. Probably. Mostly because the numbers are so low that I don't dare to freaking underclock it. Okay, this one, yeah, 60 to 120 for 10. That one's already balanced. It's the frames. Six and 24 for 4. So I could theoretically just if I had like a 240 a Mark III belt full of rods and a Mark 1 belt full of reinforced plates, I could just stick 10 of those in a row. Okay. Still easy enough. Now for the beams, that I might want to rethink a bit. Then again, it's still all in multiples of 6. I can't really do like an easy... If I ran this at 2/3 capacity, producing only 4 per building, but I could balance the input, so... That's 120. Yeah, so now that means I could have Mark 1 belt of beams and a Mark 2 belt of concrete. For 5 of these buildings. I think that's the play. So $12 and $24. So I need wait, it's for 5 assemblers. Not 5 buildings. Oh. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta double all these numbers, actually. So it's 24 and 48. What does that change? 48 times 5 is still 240. So it's just a grade up. Yeah. So Mark 3 belt and Mark 2. Okay. Cool. Yes. So we got 48 concrete. And then for steel beams, I need 24. Like that, and my output for that is going to be 8 encased beams. goes to here. Yep. All right. Cool. Yep, I have quite a lot going on here now. Then again, I could balance all of these pretty easily. Just got to take the time to set them up. So, let's just bring down every recipe that we can. Specifically for the more kind of basic recipes. The standard parts, like the space elevator stuff, I might keep at the end. Okay, so let's do the Alclad sheets. $30 and $10 for 30. So yeah, that's gonna be, we're gonna max these out. So it's 60 and 20 for 60. 60 aluminum, 20 copper. Hello, wifey. Good morning to you. How have you been today? I'm glad you showed up. Okay, so that's 60 Alclad over here. So that here, and then this is now... The Alclad sheet. Doing good. Got up early, give Mini Ravens a bath, and dry her hair this morning. Fell asleep early. Ooh. I hope that went well. Alclad sheet Mark 4. There we go. I am just making a whole lot of blueprints for this base because the ones I have are the ones I had before were woefully outdated. And I'm actually at the point where this place is kind of too big to keep building it the same way I've been building so far. If I just fly up a bit, I'll be able to demonstrate. Like, even if you look at here, like, I've got several stacks of machines kind of stacked up one over another. Yes, that's a Christmas factory. But if we go over here, I've got like several floors of stuff all over the place, and it is becoming an absolute mess of conveyor belts and stuff going everywhere. So I'm trying to redesign the way I build things so that it makes better sense. Had a huge storm roll through. Oh, wow. Yeah, I hope everything's alright. I hope nothing got damaged. Big storm, yeah. Redesign and reorganization is always good, and this is basically a good part of this base is probably going to disappear completely. Only thing I'm not going to touch is going to be the train lines and the Christmas factory that's over here, because I don't want to have to rebuild that. Especially, like, the Christmas factory, I'm really just keeping as token decoration now, because it's shut down. It's not of use anymore, but it's there, and it was a special stream that I used to build that, so I don't want to get rid of it. But a lot of this stuff that's kind of below me here is probably going to disappear. And I'm going to replace this whole mess with a whole bunch of these little buildings that I've been designing here. Which are built to be able to be stacked up if I want them to. If I want them to be. But even more importantly, balancing all of the conveyor belts, like a whole lot of it happens inside the buildings, and then I just have to balance out the buildings themselves. So this is probably going to be... I'm hoping that this turns into something that is a lot more neat and tidy and usable. Alright, let's look at our circuit boards now. 15, 30. So that would be... Yeah, no, I don't even need to underclock that. That's perfect. So we're looking at 60 plastic. And 30 copper sheet. There we go. And then over here we're gonna have 7.5, so 15 circuit boards coming out. Built a big ship on Raft. Yeah. Yeah, I saw that you were playing Raft. Speaking of a game where things can get messy very, very quickly if you don't plan out your build. Which I've kind of planned my build here, but I'm actually at a scale where my previous planning doesn't make sense anymore. It doesn't work anymore. It's become too big, and with phase 4 that I'm currently in, if you look at the top, like above me, Those components that I need to make there take a huge amount of space and a gigantic amount of components. To the point where this base is set to scale up by a lot more and become a lot bigger than it already is. So I have to reorganize. I have to rethink my approach here because it's becoming an absolute mess just to get the resources I need to where I want them to go. And because of that, yeah, I think, like, the first step that I did was this little section here. That's a whole blueprint. Which just allows me to get rid of some stuff. That's basically, whenever I need to empty my pockets, this is where I go. And I'm actually kind of happy with this, because the way this works is whenever I hunt enemies, I stick all of the remains without even sorting them out in this box. This whole structure sorts them out, turns them into the DNA capsules that we could feed in here, which gives me coupons for extra stuff and allows me to get rid of stuff that I don't need. So that's the first little bit that I made. And then I made a whole bunch of these little buildings that I'm going to start using very soon to replace, like, that big blue building over there and everything that's on the, like, the 4 floors that's beneath it. And this whole mess of conveyors with the screws and everything, like, all of that is going to disappear because it's starting to drive me a bit mad. Not gonna lie. And I've got trains bringing in more stuff, and it's not anywhere near remotely organized right now, so... That's kind of the gist of it, really. Okay, circuit boards. We got 15 boards out. And then we got 30 sheets and 60 plastic. There we go. That and this in the assembler. Save that. Why does that need a... Why does that need a crystal oscillator? Oh, it might be the big billboard. Oh, that could be a problem. I don't have a ready source of crystal oscillators. Yeah, you're just jamming to the music, aren't you? Actually, I even got... Because that's the in-game soundtrack from the boombox. Here, let's switch to La Michael. Let's put another tape in. There you go. What else have we got here? All right, let's see what else we can make. AI limiters, plastic AI limiters. What's the output on that? 120 for 28. Produces 8. 25 for 100. Produces 5. So that one allows me to make more per building. So that's what I should be going for. Yeah. So I need 240 quick wire per minute going in here. And 28. So 59 plastics somehow. The fact that it's not... The fact that it's not 60 makes me irrationally annoyed right now. No, it's 56. It's not 59, it's 56. Still annoying, because I'm gonna have to round that up to 60 no matter what. And that pops out 8, so 16 on the other side here. Yeah, that's the one that uses the crystal oscillators. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna get rid of that, because I don't have a ready source of crystal oscillators. So the big billboards I'm gonna add whenever... Okay, so AI limiters, and then that goes into that category here. Go 56 and 240 quick wire. Yeah, there we go. That works. Cool. I don't have a reliable source of mycelia right now. At least not yet. Pretty sure I'm making fabric out of resin already anyway. Yeah.
Be gone, thought.
Be gone, thought. Not sure who did that, but thank you. It was wifey. All right. You're saying beguns to the ads. I see. That makes sense. Okay, yeah, I can make fabric in a refinery, so. You wanted to see what it did? I mean, it makes sense. I would have done that. Plus, that sound clip is hilarious, so. Okay, rotors. I think it's going to be the next step here. Okay, do I need to underclock this? 20 and 100. Eh. That means if I put 6 of those buildings, no, 3 of those buildings, because that's doubled up. So it's 40 by 200. 40 rods, 200 screws. To pop out 8 rotors. But that also means I could chain these pretty easily. So that building, if I put 3 of that exact building in a row, that's 600 screws. Which I'm doing everything I can, as much as possible, to keep it in multiple of 60. So... And a Mark V can easily carry 600 screws. I could do that. Totally fine. Or it was 40 rods. Yes, it was. All right. Stators. That's just normal copper wire. Okay. Yeah, the other kind of big factor I have in here is that even these buildings, if I want to stack them upwards, I can also do that. So I can just either run with a single floor of these buildings, which is not going to happen. I don't have enough space for that. But I would have enough space to stack several of these up. And perhaps even have like the output of these feed into inputs of others whenever I need. That's going to turn into a mess if I'm not careful though. No, I didn't save the stator one yet. 15 pipe for 40 wire, so 80. So 3 of these buildings, I need 240 of that. For 90 of those. output is 5 stators, so 10. Go. $30 steel pipes. Hold on. 160 wire. No, not 180. 80. I've already got the numbers here. I don't have to. Wire, there you go. Boom. Boom. That works. Okay. Ten rotors and 10 stators, producing 5 motors. Okay, sweet. Those I can basically just make. If I want to make 6 of those buildings, I can make 60. Okay, so. Bam. 10. Paste that. Go. That's making 5. So. Wait. It has. Did it wrong. 20. No, 10. That's 10. Oh, just that one. Bam. Go, there we go. This goes in here. All right, I am pumping out these blueprints now. Once I have all the blueprints that I need, then the demolishing of this place is gonna start. And it's gonna happen pretty quick. I also want to make a mini factory for those rebars. Okay, I can have a black powder building. Pretty easy. Yeah, this is already balanced by itself. I don't even need to think about it. 30 gold, 30 sulfur. or 60 black powder. Now, yeah, we're starting to get like a pretty good lineup of stuff now. Clear that. All of that. We go to the big blueprint designer. I'll start designing a rebar factory. So I got one of those over there, but it's definitely not clean and not looking good at all. So I might legitimately want to make that a building too. Let's see how much of it I can fit into these blueprints. Okay. If I need an assembler, let's say like that. That one, let's see, for stun rebar. So that it needs iron rebar and quick wire. Okay. That one I want shatter rebar. So more iron rebar, but crystal quartz. So now I have 3 inputs. Okay. Or do I? Because what I could do is turn these guys around that way. Have a constructor facing that way. Probably want to leave a bit of space for. That one could be making iron rebar directly. Probably 2. That is okay, and it's 30, and how much does that need? Shatter and stun. I need 10 there, and I need 10 there. I'm making 30. Yeah? So now that means I can make my little building. I'd have 3 outputs here. So there'd be 1 here. One here and one here. Yep. Like that. Oh, that's not lighting up. That one does, but that one doesn't. That one kind of does. It's fine if it's a little bit off. From the inside, from the outside, I'm not going to see this, really, so... Do that. Okay. Then I have... merger here. That feeds into that, which feeds into that. Splitter that goes like that. So that goes here. That goes there. All right. Then what else have I got? I need like 2 other inputs. Well, 3, really. So I'm gonna have to scale up for that. Might even run them on the ceiling, actually. But do something like that, and then have... this go in here. Lined it up properly. Placed. Like that. Nah. Better off putting it like this. Doesn't need that, and then I go same drill here. Up to there. That line here would be for quick wire. Okay, so like that. This needs 50 quick wire. That one's gonna need, I think it's quartz. Yeah, quartz crystal. 15 quartz crystal. There we go. As for outputs, no, upside down? No, it's not. Cool. It's gonna be for shatter. And it's gonna be for normal rebar. Go. So this is making 10. Making 5. Ah, crap. No, wrong one. That one here. That one should be 10. Standard rebar. Although the stun rebar I'm not really using anymore. Might be better off looking to make explosive stuff. Ah, I can't make it in an assembler. It's another machine entirely. Okay. I'll stick with that. Yeah. There we go. finally, I've got my input of iron rods that I'm gonna need in here. There we go. Now it's really just a matter of wiring all of this up, the power lines, and finishing up the walls. Go. Bit of signage right here. 30 iron rods. Go, and then just do door. Right there. Want a double wall outlet right there. That's going to be my power line to the outside. Going to be linked to a power switch. Just shut down the building whenever I want. Then inside here, go. I'm probably going to want some lights as well. Big old ceiling light. Connector for it, it's that side. There you go. That. That power line here plugs into the light. Also plugs into that connector. Now it's just a matter of plugging a wire into this, turning the switch on, and we're good. This should be all of my ammunition needs served by this. Actually, $30. $30 rods in, actually. Yeah. Out. Gonna be 5 shatter and stun. $30 rods, 15 crystals, and 50 quick wire. There we go. That looks a lot nicer and cleaner than what I've got going over there. My current rebar factory, if I'm having a look, is this whole mess around here. That, and then these, and then this, and all of that crap. Like, there's so much crap around here. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to shut this machine down, the iron rebar one, because it's getting iron rods from below. And I want it to stop getting iron rods from below. And then, yeah, that's the shatter rebar, I think. Yeah. So that's the shatter rebar getting made here. Then getting thrown into storage. Then over here, that's the stun rebar getting made. Okay. So, simple as it goes. Shut down this machine as well. Okay. All of the quick wire I have in here, that's gonna go straight in the sink. I'm getting rid of that. Okay. I got plenty of quick wire to go around anyways. I can easily just dump that right away. Gonna go straight in the sink. I'm good with that. How much ammo do I have on me right now? Not a whole lot. Just make sure I have a full stack of each. And even then, like, the rest is all in Dimensional Depot anyway. That's getting brought all the way from the train all the way back there. Which is why I'm thinking my rebar factory is going to get rebuilt over there anyway. because both the quick wire and the quartz crystal that I need comes from this train. Like, it's all over here. That's the quick wire right there that I'm looking at. And that's the quartz crystal right here. So I could just run a line of quick wire under, like I've done for the quartz over here. Bring that into a building that I'm going to pop right here. And that's done, really. Let's clear out the blueprint designer. The only thing that might be a little bit messy would be to get the words. Come on, the iron rods. But even then, I'm not even slightly concerned about that. Bam. Well, that goes here. That whole line of quartz doesn't even need to keep going where it's going now, because that's feeding the old rebar factory. The whole reason why it exists is to go up there now. There we go. All of that can go. Just destroying the whole thing here. And all of that quartz that I have now can also just get dumped in here. Oh, there's a little bit of constructor sticking out. It's fine. Now it's really just going to be a matter of lining up the floor holes, really. Whoa. That's going to be for quick wire, so... There. The one for crystal. What is that mess? No. Get back here. Log on the thing the way I want you to. There you go. Okay. It's not perfectly lined up, but close enough. Wait, what? That. There. That. There. There we go. Quartz. Quick wire. Beautiful. Now this here. Gonna be a whole nother business to sort out once it's out, but I'm okay with this. Now the only thing I need is for iron rods. Good morning, JD. I am doing pretty good, actually. Got another interview this afternoon. And right now I am in one of those phases where I realized that my base cannot keep scaling at the pace that I'm building it right now. It's becoming too much of a pain in the ass to build and scale and figure it out. So I've been doing a whole lot of blueprint work to just demolish and reorganize the whole thing yet again. The factory must grow, but before it grows, I have to reorganize it. Okay. All of that. Yeah, that's all iron rebar, isn't it? All of that can go. I'll keep one stack of iron, one stack of shatter. Which means the factory will grow. Yes, the factory will grow quite quickly after that. And also, I've also rebuilt like a new little blueprint for this little section, which I like a lot. This is kind of my empty my pockets section. So whatever enemies I kill, I just throw the remains in there. It gets auto-sorted and turned into DNA capsules to feed into the sink here. And then I got another container right here that just feeds straight into the sink. That's just for the stuff I want to destroy. Like everything I've been demolishing here. Really. So that goes away. That goes away. Alright. So while that's getting destroyed. Yeah, because now, like, I've completely backed up all of the blueprints I had. All of them. And then just rebuilt myself a whole new blueprint library from scratch. Like Well, some of them I will probably edit again. And they all look like these little buildings here. So now I have these little buildings that I'm going to be able to either stack up or line up side by side. And the only thing I have to balance now are these buildings, which I have labeled like every input, every output from these buildings. So every single one of these buildings becomes like a mini factory. And now I'm balancing mini factories rather than actual just assembly machines. So that line here, that's what was bringing the iron rods over to the rebar factory. So that's gonna need to get redirected. Cause that floor here makes iron rods. Well, I could just use this. Going there, that's going there, that's going up. Which one was the one going to the rebar factory? I'm pretty sure it's that line here. Okay, I mean, I could run that. Let's just figure out exactly where I need those iron rods to go. Would be here. So that's the line going to the frickin' dimensional depot, so I could easily split off of that. That is not even remotely concerning. Okay. So that... Now I'm bringing that under. Yep, that's right there. So there we go. No. That should be a whole lot of iron rods going that way. I say a whole lot. Not a whole lot, because those belts need some serious upgrades. that's kind of the other matter at hand here. That a whole lot of my old blueprints are using old shitty conveyor belts. So they're a lot slower than they should be. And now, only thing I gotta do is clunk that switch on. Every machine inside is now running. Lights is on. And now I should see, yep. Rebar here. Rebar here. Purple rebar in the middle once that pops out, because that machine is a bit slower. I could have had 2 of those, but ran out of room in the blueprint maker for this, so I'll run with just 1. I'm okay with this. Like, I don't use enough rebar for it to be that much of a problem. And dimensional depot uploaders. So there we go. Crystals can go. Screws, yeah, all of that. That's getting fed as fast as possible into the sink, but it's gonna take a little bit still. But I now have some pretty good machinery running here. No, wrong way. That one I might have to do the opposite way. Yeah. There we go. So that's now my 3 storages where all of my ammo is now right here. Okay, that is my first use of this little building here, which is not lined up on the grid, so it's gonna piss me off, but for now, that's already a huge upgrade compared to what I had. There we go. And then afterwards, the other thing I want to do here is... I want to mark one conveyor this time. Something nice and slow. The dimensional depot. There we go. So all of that is now going to start getting uploaded in the old dimensional depot. And at some point, it should balance out because it's all coming in at the same speed. There we go. So now it's one of each in turn. About as good as it gets. All right, cool. Now that whole mess down here. Even the concrete factory over here, that's probably also going to need... Oh, also, yeah, that reminds me. This truck isn't bouncy anymore. And I had another bouncy truck somewhere that I have no idea where it went. Doesn't mean I got a truck icon on my on my compass right there. I am gonna need to switch over to my proper jetpack though. No, not that. That one. There we go. There it is. It's gonna have to get rebuilt where it belongs. My gingerbread. It's my Christmas truck. So it needs to go right by the Christmas tree. And no, I am not demolishing the Christmas factory, despite the fact that Christmas was several months ago. Look at that. Okay, I don't want to make it bouncy just yet because the power plant that's currently powering it is completely out of fuel. And that power plant is going to be due to get rebuilt as well, so... Actually, I might as well do that now. Wait. That biomass is not... That's making biofuel. Yet there's a whole lot of... Huh? That conveyor is plugged on the wrong part of the container. That's what is going on. Okay. Like, what the hell? This is the entry point for biomass, not the exit point. That. But that's a splitter. Okay, so that's the... Right. There's a merger down there. So now if I just want to have like a bit of power, well, 2 of these generators give some fuel to that and instantly blow the fuse again. Cool. I'm not gonna power these two. So these 6 actually generate enough power. Get the big spotlight going and get that factory going. Okay, that's a decent... So that got going again. What else I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here. And I'm going to grab my chainsaw. Hearing something in there. Yeah, that's a golden slug. Yep, just explode all of that. Grab the power slug. Cool. Yep, just wanton deforestation here. Indiscriminate deforestation. Having a good amount of biofuel on hand is always, always, always useful. Go, another little pretty little power slug. Something's angry at me. Or is it? Guessing a hog, but... Can't see where it is. Ah, there it is. Whoa! Oh, crap. Woo! Down you go. Hearing something up top here. Can't believe I've never even taken the time to really explore, like, right by my base. The friggin' summer sloop right here. Eh. Go. Mycelia is always very good and useful to have as well when it comes to power generation. It's actually super efficient. So at least gonna grab a few of those. Oh, friggin' stingers. Something else spotted me, but I don't see it. So, eh. Alright. Step back out. Go home. I've got my new little factory to sort out these remains anyway. And I've already got a decent factory to make myself some biofuel, although I did get a bit confused by it. There we go. This thing. Remains, hog remains. I would have had the stinger remains in there as well, but that's fine. And now over here. Leaves. Wood. I don't even think I'm making biofuel out of mycelia yet. Yeah, I used to store it up here to make fabric, but don't really need fabric anymore. I got plenty. Here we go. There's a whole lot of stuff here from when I destroyed the truck and its contents. I didn't intend to destroy the gas filters, though. Oh well. Too late. They're gone already. Let's do these in there. These. I'm up to 14 coupons again. Yeah. And now if I look over there, suddenly that whole power grid is fired back up. There we go. Bounce into the sky. Beautiful little thing. All right. This is feeling a lot like I have to rebuild this whole place from the ground up again. Maybe not the ground up completely, but pretty damn close. I don't want to move the train stations. I don't want to have to redo the train stations, because those are a pain. But most of everything else. Okay. Let's have a look at the other, blueprints we can make. Because now, let's say I load one of you. Actually, all of the... I need silica. That's why. I don't have any silica in any dimensional depot? At all? Really? Zero. That needs to be fixed. Yeah, I've got a big old line of silica right here. Oh, Mercer spheres. Okay. I want to, yeah, I want to recolor these because and I didn't realize the billboard needed these kind of resources. The oscillator mostly is a bit of a pain in the ass, so I'll get rid of it. Just by color coding those, I can know very quickly what kind of machines I'm using in there. Go. So now that that's done, I'm going to want to have a look at... Well, I'm going to clear out the inside of this building again. Start making blueprints for another machine type. Probably going to be looking at... either blenders or manufacturers, although I strongly suspect manufacturers. I might have to go on the bigger blueprint machine now. Yeah. You know what? Let's not do that here. Let's clear this out. Grab this stuff. I'm going to start working on here instead. It's not working. All right. So, foundries. Okay, pretty sure I can't do that. I'll have to space it out a bit. Why is it just slightly off? There we go. It'll have to be like that. There we go. So I have input 1, input 2. Then I'll have the outputs back here. So that seems to work for me. Okay. Go. Could maybe even have a third machine if I really want to. But let's say I want to do steel here. So that's iron ore and coal. 45 per. So that's 90. I'm better off keeping it at 90 than 135, I think. Unless I bring it down to 40. So now it's 80 per side, 160. If I add a third machine, no growth, only growth. Yes. Morning, Chow. Paste that here, paste that there. Well, now it's 120 per side. So I need 240 going in. Yeah, that seems like a thing I'm gonna want to do. Just zoop that up. That goes here. There. How you doing today, Chow? That starting to look pretty freaking good. Okay, now just sort out the output conveyors. That. And like that. Okay, cool. Getting somewhere now. Now let's just get some signage going. So I know what goes where. And after that, it's really just going to be a matter of also electricity, which I should probably sort out first before I do the signage. That way. Yeah. Could just go straight up unpainted on this. Or we go for the Caterium finish. I'm up for that. Let's do this. This whole building is now gold. Because why not? There you go. That works. Go. Stations like that. Maybe I shouldn't have just had a thought. Maybe I should have left a way for myself to get out of here. The other thing I'm gonna want some lights. Do, let's say 2 ceiling lights here. Like that in the middle. They're not lined up, aren't they? They're not. That's not lined up either. What the hell am I doing? There we go. That looks better. There we go. That's what I was hoping for. All right, good. This goes to there. Forward to here. There. Double wall outlet. Popping right out of here. Giving me an outlet to bring power out of this place. Well, actually, to plug power into the building. Power switch. That. Switch on. If I've done it right, I shouldn't even need to step back into the building now. For steel ingots, iron ore and coal, 40 each. Starting to think if I shouldn't color code the signage for both to distinguish inputs and outputs faster. It's not 40. Got like 6 of these. So it's 240. It's 120 steel ingots. That's a bit bright. That's really bright. Here, we'll just invert the colors, really. Go, I'll put 120. Got the inputs there. That is my new steel foundry building. I want to do the materials here. Let's do grit metal. These could still stack. Ladder going up. No need for like the big old staircases I've always been using. Like ladders are fast enough, plus I got my jetpack now. I almost never use those staircases. They're just taking a whole bunch of space that I don't want them to take. So and now plug it in, like if I stack these buildings up, plug it in the plugging in the power, it becomes very easy. I just link that up. Power switch kind of needs something to stand on, though. Like a half foundation like that. Do that, I might as well. Yeah, that basically behaves the way I want it to. That works. That is now my steel foundry. Color am I going to make that? Make it pinkish. Like, yeah, something like this. Save that preset. That's going to be Foundry Pink. Bam. Steel Foundry Mark IV. Input 240 iron ore. Coal. Output. Is that 240 steel ingots? I think so. Yes, 240. Nice. The other thing I think I'm going to be doing here. Alright, so now if I want to, I'll just... No, let's not get rid of that foundation. Take one out in the corner, because I know there's no power lines going there. Oh, aluminum ingots, 90 and 75 per minute. 60 output. Okay. Ooh. $90 times 6, that's 360. That's fine. But 450? Yeah, I can work with that. So. So that's 180. And paste that here. Also, I should not be holding my gun right now. I've got a coffee mug. That's what it should be used for. 90, yeah. So I need 360 aluminum scrap. $450 silica. Go. Save that right now. Okay, so output is 360. $360 scrap. $240 silica. No, 450 silica. $450 is not an easy balance to have here when it comes to balancing out several buildings of this, but I think I'll be fine. Okay, so that's the foundries sorted out. What's next? What's next is probably, I'm guessing, blenders. So let's get rid of the foundries. There you go. And that one here. Done. All right. Aha. So the blender buildings and the manufacturers need to be higher. I can't have a 15-meter ceiling here because those machines just clip through. So the whole roof also has to go. And I'll have to redo the lights as well. And I'll have to rebuild it. That works. Okay. These are big friggin' machines. Might even have to move the front of the building. I think I'm gonna have to move the front of the building as well. Gain like half a tile just to be able to get 2 of these machines in. Problem is, I can't do... Like, I can't fit walls with half foundations. It's not... Well, it's not gonna be... Not gonna be able to have, like, a fully closed building here. Because even these things, like you can see, they take... That's a full 2 tiles wide. More than 2 tiles wide, actually. It's 2 1/4 tiles. So my chances of stuffing more than one of these machines in a building actually the only chance I have is to do it this way. That kind of just fits. Which means for those buildings in particular, having my outputs and my inputs on the same side of the building is not going to work. So that fits here. So I'm gonna have my outputs on this side of the building. Don't really have a choice here. Okay, I'll keep a door like that. Give that one the copper finish. This is a new type of machine. Okay. And now it's going to be a matter of sorting out all of these friggin' inputs. Because ideally, I'd want to have 4 input slots for the whole building and then sort it all out inside. So some of these are going to have 4 inputs, some of these are going to have 3. Okay. So let's start figuring this out. I think what's going to have to happen is quickly grab one of those. If I do that, and then figure out a way to split these, each of these inputs into 2, that goes into each machine, then we're golden. Although I am heavily considering moving those all the way to the top instead. So that it gives me a bit more room to work with. Could use the ceiling to my advantage here. Okay. Or I run them vertically. Something like that. Yeah, because now I can have elevators attached directly to the machines inside. That looks pretty good. No, not that. Just a conveyor, not the machine. Alright, yeah, I got something here. I'm just not sure this is where I should line it up. But I can work with this. Like that, and then I do... Okay. So that's 3 of them sorted already. I got only one more. Arguably the trickier one. Hmm. I could do that a little easier. There. That'll do. There we go. So that's my 4. Manufacturer inputs right there. I have the 1 output at the back. There we go. Yeah, having those little self-contained kind of boxes here, I feel like it's going to help me a decent amount, at least organizing things in my brain. go. Also gonna need some signage at the back for the outputs. That clips through the blueprint designer. Linchild, good morning. Sorry, I didn't see your message before. I was a bit focused. Manufacturer base building. There we go. Go in. And as manufacturer, what color am I going to use? Let's make it blue. Good mega factory design tips. It really depends on what you're intending to make. But one thing, like, if you want to be able to build a mega factory quickly, one thing that's very important, I believe, is to make sure that it all goes in your blueprint design. It's making sure that your blueprints can stack both vertically and horizontally, so that you can put several of them one beside another and all link them up very quickly, or stack them up in several floors, basically, and being able to link them up very quickly like that too. So that way, if you have enough resources to just build the thing, then your mega factory is going to go very quickly. The way I tend to do that is, well, just like I have here. So these are little kind of self-contained boxes where do you use logistic floors? I wouldn't say I do. More often than not, I like to have, like, basically, like for manufacturers over here. I have 2 manufacturers in this little box with all of the inputs sorted out. All of the conveyors sorted out. All of the power also sorted out, like the connections and the lines and things. And then I'm able to plot several of these side by side, or one on top of the other, because the roof is actually a foundation. So I could plop a second one on top. And because I also have, you know, I could just label the inputs that I need, label the outputs that I need on the other side of the building, and just kind of clonk them down. I have one of these buildings for each machine type now, where I'm able to switch it off whenever I need it to. And so basically building a giant amount of these little buildings, one beside another or one on top of the other, I still have full control over my power grid. I still have full control over inputs and outputs. It's just I don't have to do all of that mess of sorting out what goes where. I just plonk these, connect whatever resources I need in there. And basically what I intend to have in my mega factory is have kind of a conveyor hallway that's nothing but conveyors going one way and then splits off to whatever I need it to be. Because I wouldn't even count that as a mega factory. That's just a mess. Thank you very much for the follow, Lynchite. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a great day. And a wonderful time. But yeah, this place doesn't count as a mega factory. This is just a mess. This is just a mess that is about to get turned into a mega factory. But it's a mess. Mostly because, like, yeah, the principle I've just shown you here of being able to layer several blueprints one aside another and on top of one another, I've applied it here. But I haven't contained it enough in a way that makes sense. And so now it's a mess of conveyors and hypertubes all over the place here. To the point where all of it is going to get destroyed down to the ground and rebuilt. Because it's a nightmare. Okay, we got ads running, and I need coffee. So I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Coffee has been obtained. We'll probably drop a save. Now that I'm thinking about it. There we go. And the ads are done. Yes, so yeah, this doesn't really count as a mega factory. I'm really gonna have to get to sorting that out a lot better. It's actually to the point where I think even the trains here, the train lines and things, I'm probably gonna have to move. Might even want to move the train stations to different floors. But that also means redoing the railways. Which is specifically this one, I wouldn't be against redoing. Because you can see the railway's already higher over there and goes down. So I could probably build it a floor higher. And kind of build myself a mall of resources for my own kind of usage directly from the train stations, and then kind of go from there. Just out of curiosity, how high would that be? $16, 20 meters, probably 22 meters, something like that. Let's give it 24 just for... Then I'd be able to have... like that over there, and the other station coming on top, so... The railway would probably have to climb a bit in order to make it up there, but... Or even, like, that one is climbing pretty extensively. I could probably make it onto a lower floor. Like, if I'm deconstructing this whole place, some of these railways, the way they line up, is gonna move. I'm pretty damn sure of that. So the other thing I'm gonna have to do is probably shut down the trains so that the resources within those, so that the resources within those stations can be either used up or sent into a sink. Only thing I'm not going to touch is the Christmas factory over there. Like, the only floor that is not going to move is the one that the space elevator is on. So basically, from... that line here. And then probably kind of that line there. So on that side of the line, we keep it. On this side of the line, that is getting destroyed and rebuilt. And although I say that, there's also probably the explosives factory that's over there. That's probably going to get rebuilt. That little... maybe not this one. I don't remember what that one does. That's part of the Christmas stuff. Yeah. So that one I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to touch that. But this one, that's the explosives factory. Black powder into Nobelisks. That's probably going to get rebuilt. Especially now, I've got like coal coming from that train back there. Sulfur coming from that mountain top over there. Which... thinking the sulfur conveyor could totally ride on top of that hypertube here and then get dropped down whenever I need it to be. There's a lot of rebuilding to be done. Let's just put it that way. And that I'm gonna have to empty out a whole lot of resources I've already accumulated and buffered that I don't really need anymore. Well, not that I don't really need them anymore. It's just... yeah, I'm... It's a massive, massive amount of work that I am still trying to figure out exactly how I'm going to tackle. Like, even this little factory here, which is one of the newer blueprints, well, one of the new blueprints that I've done today, that's just my ammunition factory. Like, I can very easily just get rid of that and plonk it somewhere else if I need to. And I probably will. So I think the first orders of business is going to be to shut down the trains. So let's get into. Come on. Okay, let's get in the back locomotive then. There you go. I'm gonna leave this thing parked at the other base. I don't know if the other bases need any rebuilding. I might not. I'm not really having any of the building space issues I have at the main base here. Like, I got plenty of space to build more if I need to. Why is there a gingerbread truck here? What are you doing here? Rotors, motors, stators, frames, steel, yeah, all of that stuff, that can all go away. Into the sink it goes. Even the silica. I'm gonna keep the oscillator, because I don't have a whole lot of those. You know, I don't have those automated yet, but everything else, basically... that could go right off. But now that reminds me, another piece, another blueprint that I'm going to want to sort out. I've taken the wrong tube, didn't I? I did. I took the wrong hyper tube. God damn it. Okay. Because even like the other big problem that I have is the main base isn't even on the, like, the floor grid of it isn't even on the global grid. So I said I wouldn't move the Christmas factory or the space elevators, but the more I think about it, the more I just might. I've kind of built everything else on this grid, though, already. I think only the steel base might be on the global grid. Yeah, that's gonna get me all the way to the full power base. I mean, that's not a terrible idea. That means I could stop the train there. Actually, I need to go all the way to the aluminum base. Because that's where the trains are really going. The other thing that I'm starting to think of is potentially what I want to do with that main base. And if I want to be like the really advanced manufacturing, do I want to be doing it there, or do I want to be doing it in the secondary bases that I have over here? Like this place here is nowhere near as much of a mess as the others. If I drop down, yeah. If I build on the global grid, it lines up like this. So even this floor isn't lined up at all. Which is an absolute mess. It's terrible. So even kind of this, you know? I might legitimately want to rebuild this whole thing. Yeah, those blueprints I still have access to if I need to. But I don't have any refinery blueprints remade already. I am gonna have to deal with that. Okay. Let's get back upstairs. I didn't expect, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna make refinery blueprints yet. I think those are things that I'll make when the need arises. Self-driving off. Okay. Back up. Stop this train here. Just need to wait for the other two trains. Only one I wouldn't stop is the white train. Because I got the green train, the purple train, and the white train. The white train I'm not going to stop. The purple I definitely want to stop. Yeah, I think I'm better off stopping all of them. One of them is incoming. I think that's the purple one. I actually keep working on my blueprints here if I want to. Yeah, that's a purple train. Gonna stay here at the station. I'm gonna, yeah. Go unloading a wagon, loading others. Now it's stopped. It's gonna stay there. And then I want... The white train should be coming along pretty soon. Steel train. Pretty sure it's on its way. White steel to alum. Is it? It's stuck somewhere. Oh, it just made it to the other end. Okay. Yeah, the steel train is the one going to that steel base over there, which I was at. I thought I had stopped that train. Just gonna keep going like this. Go to my power plant where I believe the white train is probably loading up on coal right now. See if I could stop it there. Yeah, I just made it in there. Boom. Get in. Stop. And there's actually that little junction thing that I have here. Just gonna stop it up here. And the train can stay right here and not be in the way if I decide to restart the other two. Because they could go around. Perfect. Nitrogen gas and stuff. This base is probably gonna be destined to get quite a bit bigger, but I want to figure out my stuff first. Like even here, I might want proper blueprints for quite a few things. Fineries and stuff. Let's go to the steel base so I could stop the train, the other train over there. There's 2 trains going there. I forgot about that. I only stopped 1. But yeah, I'm getting very tired of spaghetti land over there. This is worse than any friggin' Italian restaurant. There's so much pasta going on there again that it's starting to be a problem. So now I'm just gonna basically wait on this corner for trains to be coming in. That steel train is on its way. That one goes from main base to here, I believe. So that station. And from the aluminum base to this one. So yeah, the white train that we stopped at the other end is supposed to go here. Then there should be the red train that goes to this station here. That's the one we haven't stopped yet. And it's almost here. It's right there. Hater, you feel empty, you got nothing to do? Well, that is unfortunate. You should probably find something to fill up that gap. And kind of do something. You know? Whatever it is, whether it is creating art or building something. Or just relaxing and playing games. That could also be something else. Sometimes your brain can't really I know very well that in my case my brain sometimes just can't focus enough to do anything really. And in those times I try not to push it too hard. I took the wrong tube again. I wanted the hyper tube that's going that way, not the one that's above me, not the one that's below. And here we go. Yep, I don't like this road slash railway that I've built here. I really don't. I should really rebuild that and remake that. Plus the amount of lights I've put on this thing pulls so much power that I don't think it's worth it. And even like I've got conveyor mounts and pipeline mounts and a whole bunch of stuff in there that I'm never going to be using. So, yeah, this is where we're at. Okay, so I think right now, yeah, I've got a couple more of these blueprints that I can make. Mostly the one based on the blender machine. I think I'm gonna have to do the same thing. Stick two of them side by side in the building. See how I can figure out the inputs and outputs. That. There you go. Just get rid of all of that. Because I also know, like, for the blender machine, some of these inputs are liquids. So that's going to be a whole other business. Because now I'm going to have pipes running through this place. Okay, that lines up with that, which is not too bad. That does not line up with anything. So we could do it like that. Okay. These things barely fit in a 16-meter building. That is insane. Okay, so that's power sorted out. And now I've got to sort out the inputs here. So I think what's going to happen is I'm going to need standard walls. Some basic walls here. But I'm going to have holes, pipeline holes going through these walls. And I'll put them at different heights. Okay. For the conveyor belts, I can actually sort it out pretty quickly. If I do not mergers, splitter, that's the one. No. Keep trying to go too quickly and then mess it up. There we go. That's one. Okay. So that's kind of the dry inputs all sorted out. Now, the liquids are going to be another business altogether. No, that's that. Something like that. There we go, something like that. And then for the other one, just... something like that. So now it's just a matter of plugging two pipes in here and plugging my dry inputs in here. Alright, yep, that's a decent blueprint to work with. Blender base. Let's make that one kind of purple. All right. Why am I dropping so many frames right now? What the hell is going on? Yeah, I think it's time for me to end because stream is wildly unstable right now. I have one more train I want to stop though. It's that one over here. It's gonna my oil train. That little kind of filler / marker thing. Okay, yeah. Just gonna wait until we're at the other base, stop the train there, and then I'm gonna look for a friend to raid. I think that's gonna be enough for today. Stream is very, very unstable, and so I don't want to keep going. Plus, I've done damn near 6 hours of blueprint work. I think that's enough. Go. Self-driving off. This is my refinery base. This is basically just, I'm just processing a whole bunch of oil here. And this is also where I'm making my plastic and my fabric and my my rubber. And all of that gets shipped to main base from here. This setup isn't horrible, not bad. Mostly because I've kept it very, very simple. There's almost nothing here. Also a whole bunch of biofuel burners here. How long have these been going? They're not really burning anything. Guessing I put these there to kickstart things back up if I really need to. Seems like these two generators are not getting enough fuel. See if pipelines with better capacity help out here. Fuel reserves are quite low. I'm burning it faster than I'm making it right now, clearly. Alright, that might be something I might want to have another look at sooner than later, but in the list of things I might want to look at sooner than later is starting to get pretty long. Gonna have a lot of work ahead of us next time. Haven't even marked my hypertubes here. Didn't even friggin' label any of them. It's that one here that goes home. Cool. Alright, while we do that, I'm gonna start looking for a friend to raid. That's enough. So... let us see here, let us see. Yeah, Toctic is streaming. Yeah, haven't raided Toctic in a hot minute. Let's go see Toctic. Well, Osrian dude, I just hope you're having a good day. I just hope you have a great day. I'm sending you over to Toctic, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm just going to be playing more of this game. I'm just going to keep going with this. Because, yeah, there's a lot I want to do here, and while I'm motivated to do it, I might as well just crank out the streams as much as I can. But yeah, this whole place that I'm standing in here is gonna get demolished all the way to the ground and rebuilt from the ground up. I think that'll include the space elevator, the blueprint makers, all of this. Literally all of it. It's gonna go away and is gonna get rebuilt from the ground up, including the train stations, everything. So that's something. And on that bombshell, thank you very much for hanging out today. I'm gonna see you tomorrow.